Dedicated meow button. That's very slay. All hail Monty. You telling the story right after your sponsor me tweet? Enough. I never said anything. This'll be edited out of the VOD and deleted in 30 days. When I upload that story to YouTube, everybody's gonna be like, wow, what was that story Nem told? It's gonna be a mystery now because I'm gonna chop it right before. And you'll never know. I am playing as a cat. Watch out. It's over for everybody. Game of the year already. We're how many seconds into the game? Yep, game of the year. Game of the year. There's a dedicated meow button. Game of the year. I turned the game up. Yo, if Elden Ring beats this for game of the year, I think we're gonna have some issues. Oh, you can interact with other kitties! Oh, they're kissing! They're gay! Hello? Oh! Okay, like, really? Are you kidding? Are you serious to me? Alright, guys. Game of the year. Fuck Elden Ring. Look at, they went to go lay down. Oh, he played with his tail. Oh my god! This is so adorable. Holy crap. We're literally we're just starting this game and I'm already like, alright, alright. Catalina Gearbox, thank you so much. How are you doing? Hi. We sleep together, everybody. We're all sleeping together. I'm gonna have to move my chair down because I look fat. Before anyone says anything, I'm not putting on nails. Just saying. Thank you all. You look awesome. Thanks, Kath. You look like a skinny legend. I look like a thick legend. Let's not get it twisted. Let's not lie to each other. So true. Dying is the best thing my dad ever did to me. True, spill. Literally, it's so peaceful. I love the ambience. It's very, very cute. Also, I think my AC has mold in it. I think that's why my makeup was running today. Just putting that out there. Anybody want to clean it for me? Thanks. Thanks, everybody. I guess we'll find out. How do you find out? Do I open it? How do we figure that out? Well, I have my air purifier running and I opened my door, so we'll fix it. Where's my cat? Hold on, I'm gonna text Shoddy to bring Monty down at some point to make my cat appear. Hey, Shoddy. The way my dog started barking as soon as I started talking about Monty. Bleach and water. Okay. And they respond to your meowing! Oh! I want to see a Monty kitty. I hope there's a Monty kitty in this game. Hi, Artie. The way we don't have a Monty emote is actually criminal. We will soon, but not. I wanted one during this game. Also, okay, unrelated, nobody has to do this, but I did get information from my emote artist. If we can get some funds, extra funds for the emotes that we already didn't have, if we can raise about like $200, we can get them done by... my emote artist can start them this Thursday, opposed to like next month. So if y'all want more emotes... Immersive gameplay. Game of the year right here. Oh. How is everybody not playing this game? They're gay. Queer-coded cats. I don't care. Oh. Oh. I'm a cat. I'm a cat. We ride in. Well, the cat is inspired by the developer's real cat, so maybe that is the name of the cat, but not yet. We haven't learned anything about our character yet. Parkour. Also, if anybody's wondering, I'm playing on PS4, so the graphics won't be the best, but I get my new PC tomorrow, apparently. Which, hopefully the quality of streams are gonna get better. They should. We have to observe. Oh my god, please, one at a time. You guys are making me nervous. Yeah, my PC's like 5 years out of date, so... Yeah, we finally did it. Oh! Don't! Help him! Oh my god!
I'm not looking at you.
Okay, well, just look that way then. Don't even fucking look.
I can't. I can't. We're done. I can't do this. I can't go on. I can't. The way he just knocked out.
This girl needs help.
I can't. Oh my god, it's limping! Stop! I can't do this, guys. I can't go on. I can't go on! Oh, it just fell over. I literally can't do this! Well, thank God my makeup's already running, so if I start crying, it's just gonna look the same. Why was it limping? Everybody 5 seconds ago love this game. Everybody now hate this game. Shut up, Lee Dawson. But also, hi, Lee Dawson. I'm so happy to see you, Lee Dawson. How are you doing? Miss you. Hope you're great. Drinking a nice drink from my Twitch Pride thing. Whatever the fuck this thing is. Do you think someone shoved something like this up their ass? Okay, I'm sorry. Moving on. I just spit. I'm embarrassed.
Jinkies!
You? Not why don't you try? Okay, guys, the cat is not limping anymore. We're good. We're fine for now. I love you too, Lee. I'm happy to see you. Okay, but nope, never mind. Dead city. If I see a dead cat, we're gonna fight. I saw it the first time. You don't need to at me multiple times. Thank you. Appreciate it. Look at this beautiful ambience. Wow. Oh, you can back it up a little bit. Oh, I can knock over the bottle. Thank you so much. What's that? Is that a dead body? Oh my god. I'm so sorry. Oh, it's a robot. It's fine. I literally thought it was like a dead carcass, like rotting. I was like, oh wow. Help. True. What happens if you do get, like, if you fall or something bad happens to the cat? Because there's obviously dangers in this game, but I'm scared to find out that information. Ooh. Follow me. Does anyone mind if I turn it up a little more? I want to, like, be immersed in the ambience. Like, this game is all about ambience. I don't think there's, like, dialogue. I just want to hear, like, the creaks and the cracks of the game. Like, I want to feel like I'm in the underground city. I want to feel like I'm in Dead City. Because I'm going to be dead soon, so, like, might as well, right? Follow me, set me free. Trust me and we can escape into the city. The Dead City. Can you stop? I'm dead serious. I'm gonna be like not okay. That was a pun by accident. I'm literally gonna be dead by 40. So that's why I'm posting a lot about trying to get a boyfriend or a partner, cause I'm gonna be dead by 40. So I'm trying to wrap it up. My time's a ticking. Speedrunning life, so true. So I don't want to know what happens if you walk into that, and we're not gonna find out. So if you play this game and you walk into that fan, you're sick in the head. I don't even care if you're doing it to figure out what happens. Don't do that. You're not allowed to do that. Do I have to? No, don't make me. You can't make me. I got a bucket. Anybody? Oh. I got it. I got the bucket. That was really close. I shouldn't have done that. Oh, can I knock these over? What does that do? He's like, yeah, I just did fucking crime, and what about it? Do it again. This is literally my cat. You want to know what Monty does? Monty, while I'm making breakfast, if he doesn't get food, he'll sit in front of the toaster. Like, he's gotten his tail burned by sitting in front of the toaster. Because he's just like, all right, it's my turn. I want food. Not Monty toast. Oh. I'm a cat. I break stuff. Oh. What was that? This is what Monty does to my carpet too. I'm relating this entire game to Monty. If I don't see a Monty cat in this game, I'm gonna be so upset. Like, I want to see a Monty kitty. Oh, look at this. Oh, yeah. Oh, satisfying noises. Oh, yeah. Just everybody listen. Just close your eyes and listen to this. That tickles my brain. That tickles my brain penis. What? Sorry. Oh, can I knock stuff over and break shit? Sorry, I'm gonna have to keep taking, like... I'm gonna have to take my time today, because I really messed up my back. Oh my god. I don't know what I did. I really messed it up, y'all. Oh, he drank. Oh. Wait, I hope there is a catnip section of this game. That would be so funny. Wait, the way he put his butt up. Oh, wait, the close-up we have right now. Look at this silly little butt in the air. Hee hee hee. Oh, the way way he sits in the cup. Oh. Hello. Oh. Who murdered the robot? Oh, I'm scared. I'm a bit nervous. Oh. I don't trust these things. Oh yeah, you better hiss. Yeah, get away, get away. Oh, run, run. Ow, 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 ow! Run, 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 run! Run! Ow, 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 ow! Ow, ow! Get off me! Leave my little guy alone! Ow! Oh my God! That was stressful. Not why are Trinity's implants attacking this poor cat. I can't with you. I gotta put my notifications back on, I forgot. Dylan! Thank you so much for 20 months, baby. What? The TV's breaking because I meowed. Okay. That's concerning. Also, I hope that's not foreshadowing. I was talking about it last night because I was playing Roblox video game horror maps because I unironically think Roblox is really fun right now. Like, literally, it's so fucking fun. Anyways, I was playing Roblox horror maps and I was saying how the mannequin trope for horror games I think is so underutilized, but also such a unique and scary trope. Like, if you put a mannequin in a horror game, that shit is scary. And that's tea. How do you even remember that? I didn't even remember there were mannequins in Sound Mind. I forgot that game even existed. I know it's in, what is it called? Oh my God, I played it on Steam. I don't like how, how close I am to danger. Can I push this off? That was so satisfying. Who's pissing? No, literally. Do you think cats slur us and we just don't know? Like, he could just have just said the F word to me and I wouldn't have known. Oh, yeah. Spill. Where do we? Probably over here. Slay. So true. My cat only knows that. That's how my cat meows. Meow derogatory. That's how Monty meows. Oh. Oh, he's pissed. What? What was that? Is loafing an option? Is there an anal option? What is loafing? I don't think we've unlocked it yet. It's like doing crime and breaking shit. What are all these cameras? Get that camera off me. I don't want this clip of me crying. That's a Mystique Summers reference from season 2. Oh. I like the lighting situation. It like tells you where to go if you look at the lights. Nothing you say matters. Clearly, because all the cameras are rolling in this game. Can we get a name for our cat? Like, what is his name? I don't think they're gonna tell us because there's like everything's just post-verbal in this game. Like, who's gonna tell us? A robot? Monty 2, so true. Delta? I need that Delta PR pack. I think it's actually criminal that I don't have it. Like, you can get a Delta PR pack. You can get a Delta scarf, Delta sunglasses, a Delta mirror. Like, I need it. The flat. We are in the flat. He said no music. What's that? I'm adventuring, excuse me. Oh, I knocked over the books. I'm so sorry. Oh, can I knock this over? Oh, everybody wait for this. Ooh, I'm knocking this over. It didn't break! Dang it. Whoa! Big money, no whammies! Oh, look, this message is for you, Lee. I want a Delta chair. Yes! So many people don't have Delta chair, it's actually criminal. Thank you, baby. Thank you for your generosity. Lee, also, you've been traveling a lot lately. I've seen you go, like, everywhere. Like, one week you'll be in, like, LA, and the next week you're in New York. And I'm like, hello? You better. Enter the door. Because I'm alone with thoughts at home. So true. Go to TwitchCon. Be very slay. Honestly, you should. That'd be so cute. Who's DMing me and saying this message in all caps? Watch your mouth. I read that as weed, please. I mean, it should be. Get us some catnip. Me when I E. Starn, thank you so much for the follow. First time chat. Oh, the idle animations. Wait, can we type another letter? Can I, like, type a message, maybe? I typed hot! Wait, can we type a slur? Do the F one. F. Where's F? Step on the F key. Oh, what if I do a smiley face? I did an O face. I went the face. Okay. You definitely could spell something if you, like, actually took the time to do that. Probably on PC is a lot easier because I'm using a controller, so it's probably not as the... Oh, wow. I meow. I meow. Titanic. Ha ha ha. A challenge that Shay and Monet should have won. Controversial yet brave opinion. But correct opinion, just saying. I know I'm right. She is so fun. That's the best one. Atlantic deep my loots I keep. Something something I weep. I can't. Raja's worse. Like, Raja does no wrong. Like, I don't care. Raja could slap me across the face and call me like a nasty word and I'd be like, thank you so much. Sink my bling bling bye-bye ring. It's so funny. Seriously, I watch, like, you know how they upload them to TikTok? Every time that comes on my For You page, I watch it like 10 times. She kind of spilled. Oh, it's up there. I see it. I agree, Lib. I agree. Is that a ring light? What would the Raja command be? Yeah, literally, I'm so happy for Raja just being like, yeah, that show sucks. I don't want to do it. Shut up! I remember when House Music, not to expose House Music on the TL, but literally when House Music watched that for the first time, they were like, wait, Raja's kind of hot. I agree. Raja is hot. Like, both in and out of drag. Like, hi, Sutan. I have no idea. Ew, what was that noise? Why did I what? What did I do? Yeah, sorry, I'm feeling LGBT. God forbid. God forbid I'm LGBT for 5 seconds, but then Mia on their private is like, Taika, Victoria. Is this gonna be like our little guy friend? Oh, this is so Mia. Entering the little guy club. Oh my god, it's a little guy robot! Is he our friend? New little guy member about to enter. It's so cute! It worked, I'm free, thank you. I couldn't believe the cameras. A cat in the dead city. I can't remember my name. It seems my memory's corrupted. I've been trapped in the electronic network for so long. The Nemesis network? Where's Monty? I want to see a Monty kitty so bad. I know I worked for a scientist who lived here. For now, you can call me B12. Anyone got a B12? Bingo! It's dangerous in the dead city, but you seem like you know how to handle yourself. Let's get out of here. Follow me. That key unlocks the door, I remember. Let me get it for you. Very good. What happens when B12 runs out of battery? I'm gonna have to put what on? Do I get a nice backpack? Ooh, fit check. Oh! Oh, he's uncomfortable. Like when you put a cat in something for the first time. That's so funny. That's so hilarious. Is this You'll get used to it. The key is stored in the backpack. That's so funny. That's such a nice touch. Easy. If you're ever curious about an object, you can show it to me. Or to the others if we come across any. Now, let's get out of this flat. True, don't like a flat. Don't like a flat shoe, don't like a flat booty. Don't like a flat key. Like when you're playing an instrument. So true. Are we going the right way? I don't know if this is the right way. It's not the right way. I should be drinking water, but I'm drinking a non-specific energy drink because my pee was like yellow. But I'm stupid, so hee hee. This Sprite. True. Oh, also, anybody here, our schedule for this week is kind of crazy. Would love to have you back this weekend. This weekend's kind of busy, but we're gonna do a giveaway. We're doing a charity event on Friday, for some, trans joy. Not me being sponsored, I don't even know the name because I'm literally like double booked, but it is a campaign that supports trans people, and they send like PR packs to trans people in need. They send them cool, like, they send them everything they need. Like, they send them different outfits. They send them stuff if they need food. They send them money to get new outfits and all this like great stuff as like a trans person that like you need. Like, I remember that was like when they said that, when they were explaining to me in the conference call, I was like, I need that. Not I need it, because I can do it myself, but like they were like, we send like packages with like clothes and stuff to like people, to the trans people that are just starting their transition and stuff. So that's on Friday. I'll get more information on it. I'll be more professional about it on Friday. And if you do donate, you'll be entered into some giveaways we're having, and there's some really cool stuff that you can get. So if you just want to drop a couple dollars, you will possibly get a giveaway item, so, which is really exciting. My back. And then on Saturday we're front page again, so it's gonna be craziness. I don't know what we're gonna play. Oh, lights on. Three, 7, 4, 8. Look at this place. The elevator is in the distance. I know we need to go up. He is so cute. We need to get a name. What is his name? I need to put an icy hot patch on my back, so I'll be 2 seconds and we'll keep playing. Just my back is in a lot of pain. Bartholomew. Trying to get this open. Can someone help? I'm gonna throw my back out by just opening this. I just had scissors. Where did they go? Oh, they're right here. Oh! God, I'm getting old, y'all. See, I said I was gonna die by 40. This is it. This is the start. This is the start. Boobies! What if there was like, I don't know, a reflection and you saw my tits out right now? Boobs out. Boobs away. It's so sticky. Uh-oh, I might get my wig in it. Uh-oh. Okay. Shut up. Not pardon. Don't take that out of context. Dirty minds. Hello, house music. I was just talking about you. I said you thought Raja was very hot in their original season, and I said, me too. Me too. Because we were talking about Raja. Ooh, cutscene. I am not doing Summer of Pride. I've done it the last 3 years, and I said I'm not gonna do it this year. I'm so sorry. But they're a great campaign, so support them. Oh, sorry, I was supposed to read that. It feels like I've been there before. Is that where I come from? I promised someone I would go there, but promised who? The postcard, the mural was painted. Let's take it. Why do I have these memories? How did they get here? Let's keep going. If I have extreme gamer hunch today, it's because I have literally my back hurts. If that wasn't obvious by me saying it the last 5 hours, so. Gamer hunch moment. But I wasn't gonna miss cat game. I wanted to play right now. Uh-oh. I wanted to take a drink. Are they after me already? You guys can back it up. A living person. We're in the slums. First sign of life down here. Hey. What's the issue? Why is everybody, like, scared of me? Yeah, this theme song is slay. Oh, are we gonna fight? They seem to have their own language. You're no Zerk. We're not familiar with your kind. You are welcome in our village as long as you don't eat anyone. Why would I eat anyone? I would never do that. I would never say that. Not that idiot in the alleyway thinking that I'm one of those, like, weird monster things. Like, okay, do you need to get your circuit board redone? Oh, they're sleeping. They're like Tamagotchis. Oh. Oh, this one's blushing. This guy right here with the bucket hat? Oh no, the guardian. Excuse me. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What do you need? A picture of the outside? Ridiculous. The elevator isn't operational. Everyone knows it is impossible to leave this place. But they're all gone now. We can try to talk to him, but he gave up on trying to leave. He lives high up in the building with the orange neon sign. We like just started house music, so I mean, quite literally, yeah. Oh, B12 is like the Zelda helpers, like Midna and Fee. That's refreshing. I'm thirsty. Refreshing. Basically, the game started with the cat with his other buddies, and then unfortunately the cat fell down to where we're at now. Like, it fell off of a building, it got injured, it started limping, and then it recovered, but now it's in this place. We have no idea what's going on with the, we have no idea where we are. We're trying to get back. Please. Hi, MJ. Thank you so much. How you doing, my love? Happy to see you. MJ, you're gonna love this game. You gotta get it. It's a cat video game. Oh my god, that's so funny. My controls are reversed. Because he can't see. That's such a cute little Easter egg. Oh. Oh, he was fucking done with that shit. He said, get that off me. There are so many cute little touches in this game. I love it. Like, earlier, for people that weren't here earlier, the cat put on this, like, jacket thing for the first time. Because, like, he's just a stray cat. And he was, like, really uncomfortable. Like, you know, when you put a cat in an outfit and they don't like it, he was, like, really uncomfortable with it. It was just, like, a cute touch. You do look like a little Zerk from far away. Is that the outside? Oh, a little bar. How cute. Okay, why are some of these robots kind of hot? Like this one at the bar. Hello, sir. His name's Jacob. You're new around here. What can I do for you? That's a nice picture of the outside. Momo is a real fan of that myth. You should show it to him. Can I knock this cup over? Oh, no, I can't. Not the cup having plot armor. Oh. A secret code! 1283. Where does that code go to, though, I wonder? Hey, yo? Maybe upstairs? Thank you so much for remembering that code for me, because I probably will forget it. Oh, a pool table! When I play pool, what then? Oh! Stop. This is gonna be such a cute thing if they actually let me. Oh my god. Oh my god, you can actually play pool! Where's the cue ball? Reset. Dang it. Oh, hi. I want to break shit. What's this? Maybe they're somehow evolved from mimic humans. Do you think I should try some of it? Do not want to be disrespectful of their ways. I'm literally taking my time with this game. I don't care how long it takes to finish it. I just want to, like, explore. Like, I do not care. In a way, we kind of finished Breath of the Wild, so we're not really in the middle of any games right now. We did all the bosses, so. I wonder where that code goes. It's got to be somewhere around here. Right? They wouldn't like randomly put... Hey, Ben. Let's... Ooh, we're playing in bat. Oh. Well, damn. Do you think he's gonna be mad when I go over there and push it off? Oh! Scared me. Oh, I had to intentionally distract them. I didn't know I had to do that. I just kind of wanted to mess with these people. That's funny. Stealth mode! Excuse me. Music. Hopefully he takes his sweet time cleaning that up. What is so secretive in this room, I wonder? Not me stealing the detergent. Okay. Hi. Oh. Well, at least Kozma is making use of that detergent. Hmm. What's this? Ah! Not the person behind the door dragging my ass. Oh, so like cat paws would be in the... That'd be cute. Fuck with Teddy. Oh my god, I forgot I bought garlic bread last night. I bought 2 boxes of garlic bread. I don't care. Garlic bread is so good. Bye. I'm excited to have that later. Hello. Oh, they have a lucky cat. Cute. I need a new chair. Grandma clothing. So true. Hi, Grandma. No, they are so gender. Like, I'm gender envy. If you bring me an electric cable, I could make you a poncho. Do we have one yet? Oh, we need to get the poncho for the kitty. We got looks in this game? How do we get a wig for the cat? How do we get a wig? Give me a wig. What's on the TV? Oh. There's so much to explore. Like, where I'm getting lost. But I'm like I'm not mad at getting lost in this game. Like, usually I'm pretty like angry about it, but I wanna discover everything. The glasses. Hi, Raptor. I feel compelled to pet you, but I don't understand why. Well, you shouldn't. Get away from me. Ugh. I need something in my belly. I think I'm gonna get some pretzels. Bella, thank you so much for the follow. Hi, Necro. Oh. Can I sleep right here? Oh. Oh. I want to see what happens when you just like let it pan out. So cute. I need Monty to come downstairs. Thank you for the pan shot. He stretch. Still no name. Oh. Oh. I am so sorry. Aha! I want to push these over so bad. Oh my god, hi Cammy! Happy to see you. Not me being like, hi Cammy, I'm gonna go get pretzels. Hold on, they're right over here. I'm still here. Yeah. Yeah, I wanted to do the cat ears, but I didn't think the black cat ears were gonna show up well because this game's pretty like, well, it was advertised to be kind of scary, so I thought the game was gonna be darker than normal. What shapes should I eat for pretzels? Normal shape. I mean, it doesn't really fucking matter. Snaps. Are there sticks in here? I love the sticks. Snaps are good as hell. Are there only snaps in the original? I feel robbed. Where are the sticks? It was advertised there was sticks in here. I found them. Fruit shape. So true. Okay. I should have just had the cat sleep while I was eating. But it's whatever. Delta shape. Delta chair. So where do we go? I want to get that electrical cable. Let's go in this, I guess. Please. Twing pretzels. My fave. I'm about to go play Stray. Really good. I usually am not a big fan of, like, open world because I can get pretty lost. But this, I'm just, like, enjoying everything. Like, this is just, like, the open world. I'm kind of just, like, looking around. It's really good. It's so adorable. Do you have a cat, Cammy? There's a midtown. Maddie, that's not funny. You know what else isn't funny? Your mom. Literally owned. Techno Double, thank you so much. Maybe this is your gateway to open world games. Cross his fingers, please. Also, congratulations, Cammy, on your new success. Congratulations. No cat, just puppy. That's tea. I have both, so. Best of both worlds. Get fucking wrecked. No, literally destroyed. Never speaking in chat again. You know that's a lie. This game's great, Techno Devil. We're just literally adventuring around the first, like, area. We're not even doing, like, anything objectively for the story. We're kind of just adventuring and, like, enjoying everything. There's so many cute little details and, like, stuff. It's, like, cute. Can you shut us? We will win Nemesis over, please. I know, because I did tell Evacuation Guy that, I was like, I will like those games, but I think there's only a couple that I like, but we will get there because he loves those games. Like I said, I only just don't like them because they're like so open world and I get lost. I need someone to hold my hand. Oh, yeah. I played Skyrim. I had Skyrim VR. I had Skyrim modded on my PC so my girl could look, like, super snatched. Like, it was so... It, like, didn't even look like Skyrim anymore. I had her in booty shorts and, like, a crop top and, like, a ponytail. And she didn't even look like she was part of the game. Nem would be plucked in by New Vegas, please. Wait, no. Wait, he said... Where is this cord? Did you say snatched crow? I don't think. Are you teasing something, Cammy? Guys, I really want to get the poncho. Or snatch for. I honestly. I misheard you. I'ma leave. Honestly, I can't even tell you what I said 2 seconds ago. The only thing I remember saying this entire stream is brain penis, but that's irrelevant. Look at all the he/hims in the chat talk about Fallout New Vegas and Fallout 3. Look at them. Look at them scouring together, talking about that video game. Oh, Dumpster, do you have the command for pronouns? Can somebody send the extension to people that don't have it? I was talking about Cole, Zeno, and Marshall. Yeah, it's an add-on for Google Chrome, and it makes it so people that have it, you can see the pronouns they have set, and then like the streamer can see your pronouns if you set it. I should make it a command. Thanks, Dylan. Would you ever play Monster High video games? I know there's one for Wii. I would, yeah, I totally would. I gotta put some games on my throne so people can like buy them for me, and then I'll just like play them. Cause that's just like an easier way to get stuff done. Take it. I got the cable. We're gonna go back to Grandma. Grandma, Grandma, Grandma. I got my they, them. Yes, God slay. So true. I haven't gotten dragged as much as usual. It feels weird. Well, do you want me to? Is that a request? Here's your cable, ma'am. Oh, she's knitting us a poncho! I can't wear it! Wow, guys. Oh, we gotta give it to a cold robot. Who's cold? You guys have ponchos, don't you? Oh, not the attitude. You want something? Okay, fuck you. Do I have to give it to that Zoe person that's like in the corner with like... Who coded it so robots can be cold, right? Like, actually. There was one that was like by himself. You don't look cold. Nobody looks cold. Nobody looks chilly. Oh. 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 We're at a concert. Not the house music robot. Hi, Meow Meow. Hi, BKB. It worked! And I remembered it. I'm a god. Thank you, Dane. I really appreciate it. My makeup was falling off on this side of my face today, but it's kind of not noticeable. It's a little noticeable if you look at it, but I appreciate it. Oh, my back. Where's the robot with hard nipples? Hey, yo. Oh, another memory. From that, like that one from the robot movie? You mean Aunt Fanny, voiced by the icon herself, Jennifer Coolidge, that I had on stream that one time? How do you not know Aunt Fanny's name? Twink. What? Put some respect on Aunt Fanny's name. What do you want me to lie? Hi, Lana Del Prey. How you doing? I saw her fanny and it was flat. All right. All right, Cole Witz the gaslighter. The game's great. I'm enjoying. I wish there was a mini-map, but it's fine. They keep going around and around. All right, where is this one robot? I saw him once and we haven't seen him since. Declan, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the follow. The Zoe one. He was like the. He was like in the corner by himself. Oh, he's right here. Well, damn. I thought we were supposed to give it to him. Do you want this energy drink? Oh. He didn't want to take the G Fuel. Wow. Wow. Did you know that you can use code Nemesis at checkout for G Fuel? Did you know that? He doesn't say anything about wanting it, though. Yeah, the person... You want to find someone that's, like, actually talking about the object. Let's see if someone's in the bar, though it's cold. That I just missed. Nope. Okay, I think we did everything we need to do. So we have to get up to that sign. Let's talk to this guy. We have to get up there. So, let's go. I like that it's like determined by like orange lighting. Like that's where the objective is. I think that's a cute detail. The tall. Oh, he slipped. Hello? Is this robot in his jammies? Yo, he's in his fucking jammies! Wait, he's a gay robot! Why did I let them go? I'm all alone now. My friends had this dream too, but now they're gone and I'm all alone. I don't know where they ended up. I tried to contact, but the transceiver didn't work. My friends and I took notes of the research from the outside, and here, take mine if you really want to go there. He misses his friends. Oh, he's so sad, guys. Oh. No, we can find them. Wait, why would you do that? Stop. Silly kitty. All right. Food is in my stomach. So we got clementines. We only have clementines. I thought we had more. The frog. This is a cute place. I want to live here. If I actually had like a place, I would love a place like this. This is a nice like little... I love the like little studio with the bedroom right here. Like just like sleeping right here. I'd love a bedroom that like, you know those like people that do that? They put their bed in their closet, so it's like kind of like a little... I want that. That shit is so cozy to me. Oh, I'm under the bed. Oh. Where's the streaming setup? Probably over here. Yeah, streaming setup's right here. See? This is exactly what my streaming setup looks like. Okay, so we have to go find the other notebooks. We found one already. Oh. Let's see. We're looking for clues. I thought that was blood. I mean, it could be. I don't want to be that girl, but I want this game to get, like, dark. Like, I want, like, to shit my pants. Oh, wait, go back. Lots of sheet music. We have to look for two... Oh, I'm not gonna be able to look. Like, I am so bad without my glasses. Two dots and a O. Yeah, very that face. Did you see they changed Raja and Delta's podcast from very that to very Delta? It sends me. Very Delta. Malika, thank you so much for the follow. Densher, thank you so much for the follow as well. Very Delta. Seems to live in the upper flats. We won't find anything in these narrow streets. Okay, geez. Well, I need to go down and figure out where I'm going. There's a memory over there. That kiddie game. That kiddie game. I think this will be the best on my back if I sit with one leg up. Remarkable companions have evolved so much. In the early days, the simple AI merely made human art. Do you think life will advance to this at some point? Like robots? Like half human, half robots? Oh, wait! There! Aha! Found it! Is someone in here? I'm scared. Are those cigarettes? Oh. I don't want to go up here. Yeah. Yeah. No, there's something in here. We can't find it. I don't think so, Ninja Chad. Oh, I don't think so. We need to find a notebook, and I can't find it in this messy... Who left it like this? Clean up after yourself. See, I found it! One more notebook. Or a depressed gay. So my apartment. Every time I eat pretzels, my throat gets so dry afterwards. This bottle is insane. Like, my drink is still cold. It's usually warm by then. Thank you, Twitch. Ding! Hashtag not sponsored. Hashtag provided. Hashtag big fat juicy ass. Hashtag I killed Judy Garland. Hashtag them shoulders should match them hips, but they don't, so. Those are real Drag Race hashtags. What was the one? Like, Alyssa Edwards, I want you to tweet out an apology to Katy Perry. Katy Perry. Hashtag Rupology. I can't. And then the tweet is still up if you look it up. I actually like that kind of like thing. Like you're looking for the symbol, but it's in different kind of designs. It kind of makes puzzles like... I'm a huge fan! This would be a lot better. My mom is like, girl, you need to get contacts. I'm like, no, I don't. I swear I don't. Oh, right over there. I see it. Oh, this is pretty. Ooh, I love this. So pretty. Ooh, look at that over there. Oh my god, that's so cozy. Oh, he's gonna claw on the couch. Ha ha ha. That is so me. That's literally me out of drag. Bed Bath and Beyonce. Hashtag. Alright, that's when you all say, no, Nem, that's not you out of drag. Nem, you're so sexy out of drag. Come on. Waiting. No. Alright. I'm sure you've done a couple lines. Shut. You guys are terrible. Oh, when I actually play something on this, because I played piano, watch. Slade. Is he sleeping? Oh, that's cute. Was that Symphony number 7? No, that was Symphony's Nuts. Oh! Fuck you, Maddie. Nem has ligma. Your mom has ligma. Literally destroyed. It seems as though we have to climb a puzzle. Have y'all seen the TikToks on TikTok? Have you seen the TikToks on TikTok of TikToks and TikToks? Yep. I don't think the robot's sleeping. I think it's dead. Elfmore, thank you so much for your sub. Thanks, babe. Thanks for the prime. Enjoy your ad-free viewing. Enough, Cole. You just like to get me, like, angry. Thanks. Have you seen the TikToks of the Fall Guys? And then everybody, it's like them failing the Fall Guys. And then everybody in the comments is like, it's a skill issue. You're just having a skill issue. It's so funny to me. It cracks my shit up. Yeah, how many books do you think are in here? 10? Is this the Discord? Is this the chat? This is Twitch chat. Hi for town. It's always the tabby cat, yeah. I wish you could choose. Maybe after you finish the game, there's like, you can play as anyone, but I don't think anybody's, well, people have probably finished it, but not I. Okay, ironically, I was gonna do an Audible collab. Ironically enough, I was actually contacted by Audible, but then they said, oh, Audible doesn't want to work with you at this time anymore, so goodbye. And I went, oh, great, thanks, thanks. My ass too fat. Audible is intimidated. Dumpy check. Good job, Cole. Great job. Good one. You flop. I wanted to use another F word, but I can't on Twitch. Would you look at that? That's beautiful over there, isn't that? I'm stuck. Okay, well, there's a safe behind the books. We must find the safe behind the books. And to do that, we do this. All right. And to do that, we do this. Oh. I literally... Why is there a refrigerator with books in it? Wait, these books are refreshed. Hold on. I guess they didn't. Great. keep them cold. Why? Why do books need to be cold? Ever think of that? Wow, okay. Why I never went down here. Slay the world. There's a lucky cat in there. We gotta go tell the gay guy. We're off to the gay robot. I don't... What did I just break? Okay. NT ways. I forgot where that guy is. Oh wait, he's at the big orange sign. He's at the Hollywood sign. Hollywood, USA. Hollywood, USA. I'm getting my life on this bus. Celebrities waving back. It's like a dream come true. Okay. On my back. I'm gonna sit like this for a little bit. Oh! I thought my boob came out. Oh, that feels so good on my back. Hey, little cat, are you still looking for those? I have all of them, actually. Watch your mouth. I sure did. Where is this transceiver? Trans rights. And voila! Come with me. Where are we going? You got it? You have a keypad for your window? Bro, how long does it take? Hi, Ricky. Receiver, I hardly know. If you install the transceiver at the very top of the tower, we should be able to communicate with the whole city. My friends might still be out there. If there's a way out, they'll know it. And the only small and quick enough... You're the only one small and quick enough to evade the Zergs. We need you, little outsider. Bring us to the sky. Not this chase scene we're about to have. How many people were scared? Me too. I was really, really scared too. They're kind of like head crabs from Half-Life. damage. Oh. Don't hurt my baby. Are the robots ever explained? I have no idea. Not yet, at least. I think it's just like a futuristic society. Based in the future. I hear something. I'm worried. Do I push the cart? Nope. I didn't. Because I'm so skillful. Oh, I like the music. Yeah, I really like platforming. It feels good. Oh. Oh, here they come. Oh, I see what you want to do. I get it. Yeah, I don't know what this fleshiness is. Not very sexy. We're going to the tippity top. Haha, top. Get it? Haha. Gay joke. I'm gonna take a BRB. My back really hurts and I need to go stretch it. My back is like literally killing me. Ugh. Like really bad. So I'll be right back. I'm back. Ugh! I thought my boobies were out. I was worried. Okay. Tie. Very tie today. I literally closed my eyes and took like a little nappy. I literally haven't been sleeping, so I was just like, fuck it. Why not? Oh, that's right. We were running through the meat. This groat meaty meat stuff. Oh, my back. I don't know what I did. I just really messed it up. What in the fudge? What is that? I just got back too. I like laid down in my bed. Hey! I like took like a, I want to say like 20-minute nap. I don't give a fuck. I haven't been sleeping right. Like I don't know, I literally don't know why. Like I'll literally, last night when I tell you, I stayed up intentionally like until 9 a.m. so I would sleep through the day and then I woke up at 12. Melatonin doesn't work for me. It like actually does not work. I have to physically make myself exhausted for me to sleep. Get off me! These guys are so gross. Stop! Stop touching my baby! They're like sucking the blood. It's so gross. Oh shit. Oh, sugar honey iced tea. Sugar honey iced tea. Why is there like meat everywhere? Like what is this fleshy meat stuff? Get off my back. Enough! I were to pretend like I didn't see that. I'm so excited to watch someone play this. I'm too broke for new games. Also, hi. Hi, Sina. I just took a little nappy. I'm awake. I'm back. I'm here. What? I did not mean to kill the cat. I'm so sorry. My apologies. My sincerest apologies. I did! I'm fake. Watch. See, I did it the right way this time. Okay, never mind. Everybody follow me this way. All of the ugly little monsters this way. Zerks, I think they're called. Everybody this way. Get off me. See, I did it this time. Oh, Jesus, here's more. Penis, penis, penis. Penis, penis. Dick and balls. What is it, penis? What is it, fashion? What is it, a penis? Okay. I pulled the lever. Oh, Jesus. I know this is not gonna be good. Oh, see, I told y'all. Oh, Jesus. We're playing a cat and mouse game now. Oh. Running, running, running. Ooh. Loop the killer, loop the killer, loop the killer. Loop the killer, loop the killer, loop the killer. Run, run, run. Well, I will survive. Ding dong. Okay. That's loud. What's happening? Black Hell, thank you so much for the follow. I am not playing on PC. It's beautiful from here. I remember now, the city was meant to be a shelter. It looks like stars. The only light is the roof sealing off. Humankind built this shell to protect themselves from the outside. The outside was a disaster, completely barren and unforgivable. But if you come from there, it means It's safe again, and promise wasn't just to go to the outside. I don't know what any of this means. I still don't understand why memories are coming back of the others and some aren't. But I'm certain that if this is my purpose, I have to open the city. Come on, let's go back and find Momo. Now we've connected the transmitter, we should be able to get help. Slay the world. Oh. The Slams Part 2. The remix. Where'd he go? Is he sleeping? Where is he? Hey! Where'd he go? Doesn't know. Little outsider, if you're reading this, that means you're still alive. Excellent. I took some equipment to the bar to take a minute to the antenna. Come meet me there. We go to the bar. Hi, Momo. Come here, I managed to get a signal. Hello. Oh. He said, come here. Oh. I've almost got it. Hello, can anyone hear me? Yes, we can hear you. We are from the slums. We're looking for a way out. Is that you, Zalbabar? I can't believe it. I'm so happy to hear your voice, Zalbabar. Where are the others? We are safe. We found a way up. Hello, do you still hear me? You have to go through the sewers to reach us. Very dangerous. Zerkers everywhere. The sewers are the most dangerous part of the slums. There must be a way. You'll never get past the sewers. It's infested with Zerks. They'll make a quick meal out of you, especially the little one. Many have tried their luck in the past and it didn't end well. Anyway, I warned you. Your business is none of my business. Seamus, his father, Doc, used to be a great scientist. He was where— oh! That's our friend, Doc. Not us just going to this guy's apartment. I know, I love the little faces. I like the gay one. I like Momo. And Momo's like little cardigan. They need to make a plushie of the main character. I want to buy this cat, like, plushie. Would buy. Me when I. Me when I, me when I, me when I, me when I. Hello, let us in. Come on, Seamus. I think I have an idea. Do you know? We're gonna rob him. I'll sneak around. Yes, your daddies. There's a secret room here in our flat, but where? You just didn't know there was a secret room in your apartment? True. They speak Animal Crossing. True. Well, I can already tell where it is. How did you just not? Okay. Seamus isn't the smartest, it seems. Did he really just not see that this entire time? Do you know the code? Okay. What does that say? Time will tell. Is this a puzzle? Oh, it is. Move, Seamus. Two, 5, 1, 1. Fuck. Seamus, you are stupid. This is my apartment now. I live here. You are a visitor. Hello? What the? He told me the weapon was working in theory, but it needed real-life testing to go outside the slums and test it. The music's slaying. I quite enjoy it. Push the box. Hello? That's the tracker. Papa always used that tracker to keep an eye on me where I was. I believe my papa might still be alive. I miss him so much. You need a weapon for the Zerks, right? My papa definitely took the one with him. We just need to repair the tracker so we can find him. Someone in the slums should be able to help. I'll open the door for you. Thanks! What is this on the floor? Can you clean this up? That guy looks shady. Who am I talking to in the slums? Should I follow that guy? Did you just step on me? You're sick. This guy looks sus. Sasamugas. Hey. Oh, I can trip him. Haha. I tripped you. Huh. Hey. Ah! Hello, I'm here. I walk in. The gym shorts and the hoodie is sending. You should show that to Elliot. Who's Elliot? Hi. Why is he shaking? Are you okay? Oh, because he wants the blanket. Because he's cold. Slay. Right? I knew it was gonna be, like, for someone later. Can you imagine having that stream set up of like a monitor above your head and in front of you, and then a keyboard in front of you? That's kind of cool. Can you open this door for me? Thanks. Excuse me. I don't trust this guy. He's scary. I got it. I fixed it. Why am I giving it to you? I can't wait to wear this shirt later that Twitch gave me. So cute. Let's follow the tracker. Go, Seamus, go. This poor robot's been trying to do this for so long. Hide your lies. Thank you so much for your Prime subscription. Thank you. Enjoy your ad-free viewing and sub emotes. Ooh, we have to get in here, but the guy is the only one that can open it. It's dangerous out there. Let's do this. Oh, we can go through here now? Is that it? You're allowed to open it? You're just allowed to open that, but nobody else can? Girl. Give this cat a gun. I can't go out here without these things again. Was the Twitch bio that made me sub? So slay. I got you. Wait, what if this kid dies? Because the Zerks can eat robot flesh. Look at all these Zerk eggs. They will eat us. I can't do this. Great. He said, fuck it. I'm leaving you behind. Alright. Off by myself again. Another day. Well. I rub off all my makeup today. Like, literally my makeup's like off. My allergies, my nose. I mean, I don't really give a shit. I almost have all the memories. Memory. Dead end. Dear God. Oh. Oh. Run, kitty, run. I am from the US. Sure am, baby. Run, 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 run. I remember seeing this in the trailers. Now I'm living it in real time. Oh God, it doesn't end. It doesn't end. I'm from the UK, hottest. I know, I saw that. Well, I can't really say anything because I like literally live. Well, I don't live in one of the hottest states, but today was unbearable. Like, it was really bad today. Like, I literally like just couldn't keep my clothes on. I was like, it's literally so hot. It was miserable. Cat driving car simulator. Oh my God! Is he okay? He's limping again. Yeah, what is it with the UK with like no ACs or whatever? I would literally cry. I like need my AC to survive in the summer. I actually waited a long time to install my AC this year. I usually install it in June, and I waited till like today to set it up. Saving money, I guess, so whatever. It's usually cold. So true, but like, if it's hot, then like, it's game over, I guess. Climate change be like. Is that a butterfly? Oh, it's a trash bag. Good one. Oh my god, really? That's funny. Well, not really funny because it's hot. People are miserable, but like, that's crazy. Do you ever feel like a plastic bag? Like a plastic bag? Like a plastic bag? Stop it! Stop putting me in danger. I can't. Leave the baby alone. What did he do to deserve this? It's been so goddamn humid. Okay, literally, I hate the humidity because my hair, like, gets so gross. So I have naturally red hair, and, like, I try to put my hair and sleek it up, and then it just, like, starts puffing up, and it's horrible. Like, I gotta use, like, a fuck ton of Got2b, and then when that's over, it's over. Is this Doc? Oh! It is Doc. Hey! How did you find it? I miss my home. I have no idea how to escape this place. It's 4:30 a.m. and 73 right now. Lord. I mean, I'm usually up that late anyways. But, like, last night I was trying to just, like, play video games in my office, and I, like, couldn't. Like, I just, like, could not sit here and, like, play games. I was like, I need to move my AC in here. So I moved my AC, and then falling asleep was horrible because I was just using a fan instead of my AC in my bedroom. So now I want to buy another AC for my bedroom because I can't. It's too hot. Like, this summer feels like one of the hottest, and it's not even in the worst it's gonna get. It's gonna get worse. It's only July. Like, August is gonna be bad, and then September is gonna be pretty hot too, probably. Like, the start of September. Like, I'm worried. Oh my god, my back. I want to get a cortisone shot. Oh, I thought the memories were gonna be, the last line was gonna be something different. What's this? Not me touching something I shouldn't touch. Be careful, it's a defluxer. It can explode zerks like confetti. This baby needs 1.2 gigawatts to work. The only thing around here with that kind of juice is a generator outside the house. Wait, you know what I just realized? How am I gonna transfer over all of my stuff from this PC to the next? Damn! I mean, in terms of files, there are. Like, I can just, like, back them up and move them with the USB. But, I don't know. You can also, I could set it up so I could use both two PCs at once. Like, you can use one PC to, like, run your games, and there's... Like, you can have two towers, and then one runs your camera and all your stuff like that, and then the other one runs games. I know Thorona Shade does that. Hello. Yes. Oh my god. Oh, 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 whoa, 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 whoa! Oh my god. Hello. Oh! How do we get that? I want to keep it. Yeah, you should, so I can survive. Please put it on my back. That would be so slay of you, Mr. Doctor, sir. I now want to ask, since I've seen, what's your favorite games on PS1 and PS2? PS2 is easily Jak and Daxter Precursor Legacy. Or Silent Hill 1 and 2. And, well, Silent Hill 1, 2, and 3. But that's PlayStation 1 and 2. Those are my, like, if you were to, like, you asked me, I responded, like, those are my go-tos. I like the Spyro games, like, a lot. What else? I never played the original Shadow of the Colossus, but I played the remake, and the remake was really good, so I would assume I would like the original. Can we kill these things? Where'd he go? I looked away for 2 seconds and he's gone. I am going to commit murder as a cat. Yes. I never played Jack 2 or 3 just because the original makes, like, it's my favorite. Like, I love them. Oh, the Lara Croft games were good. The old ones, those were camp. Oh, excuse me. Go back down. Go down. And we push this. Oh, those are good. I haven't played. I've watched people play Manhunt, but I haven't played it myself. Wait. Where am I supposed to go? What does he want from me? Oh. Red Ram. Red Ram. Was it really? Why was it banned? Oh, I really thought I was just about to kill the cat. It scared me. I am not scared of you guys anymore. I hope there's like more than... Oh! That was just killed dog. Oh! I hope there's variety in the enemies in this. I hope we get like something really scary. Where's Doc? You alright? Let's go. Heaven, brother. What if we go back to the town and everybody's dead? What then? That would gag me a bit. Hello? Oh. Not that making me teary-eyed. It's great to see Seamus no longer alone. Now we know we can fight against the Zerks. Momo has been waiting by the sewers. This cat literally saving a family. Like, I love it here. Hi, Momo. Oh, are we gonna go into the thing together? Oh, that's so cute. We're gonna have a little boat adventure. Boat adventure. It's like a Disney ride. Except like gross and it smells like shit. Well, that's not far off from a Disney ride. The sewers. Cat. I love cat. Yes. I'll open the door for us. That's sewers, that poopy. Okay. Oh no. So... Oh, it's right here, the lever. I like the purple light. Oh! I am so sorry. Me and who? Who want to take me on a boat ride? Who want me? Not gonna lie, Cole, this person kind of dresses like you. A long shirt, shorts, and then a shirt underneath. It's kind of funny. Are we supposed to do something on this boat? Or am I just waiting? It actually is. That dude, thank you for the follow. My summer style is shit. Flop. I don't have a lot of summer clothes. I need to like go to like a mall or something. After this week, hopefully, Oh, that dude, thank you so much for the subscription after just following. Thanks, babe. Enjoy your ad-free viewing. After this week of like a bunch of stuff, like events we have, I'm going to the mall. I am going to the mall. I'm definitely a fall type of girl when it comes to outfits. Like, I like wearing long sleeves and shorts. I think that's like my favorite combo. Or like hoodies and shorts. I like summer too, but I don't have a summer body. Like, my body's all right, but I went out for a walk the other day and I walked with like these really short, tight pants and a crop top, and I like saw myself in the mirror and I was like, wow, I have such a, like, I have like a gut, and like, my body is just shaped funny. My body's shaped like a, it's like curvy, because like my body will like, my stomach peeks out and then my butt goes out, but my back goes in. Like, I have such a weird body. So I love summer in theory, but not in like real life, if that makes sense. I guess like in photos I look good. Yeah, right. Like a broken hourglass. Nice try. Ow, my back. Fuck. I want to get a cortisone shot. Shoot the juice into my back. Ah! Mama, I don't know what to do right now. Oh. The sexual tension between me and playing Skyward Sword. Why do I hear wet noises? Who is approaching me? No, literally. This is my esophagus. The green is energy drinks in my stomach. I'm gonna keep myself retained. Alright. Noted. Did you know I did a Girahim look like years ago when we played Skyward Sword? I did it so long ago. It's probably really ugly now, but I remember getting the stuff for it. Girahim's like one of my favorite enemies of all time. Antagonist, I guess you could say. Holy moly, look at all of them. Girahim? I mean, Girahim has better character development than Zant does. Zant is just like a weird robot guy with a metal head. Well, yeah, but Your mom. Are you gonna say something dirty about putting him in your what? That's what you're gonna say when he comes on the screen. You're sick. God, I hate bottoms. Stop, stop. Oh, Jesus. Glad they just all stopped coming, because if they all just fell down into this thing, we'd be dead. Do you ever think maybe Ross lied about that? Maybe. How do you know until you've experienced it? Why don't you ask him to top you? Find out for yourself, I guess. What happened? What? What is this? Ew, why are there eyes? Ew, that's so scary. Oh my god, that's so scary. Ew, stop, 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 stop. My god, every time I breathe, it like hurts my back. Nothing ever can just be easy for me, can it? I guarantee you, if I got a massage, it would literally be the best experience of my life. Oh, no, no, no. Come on! All right. This cup is so cute. Ooh, alternative route. Why does the eyes have walls? I mean, shut. Why does the eyes have walls? Spill them, yes. I know, I kind of ate that. What? What are we playing? Where did this go? How did we get here? Literally, what the actual fuck? Like, bro. Stay away from them. It is not safe for us here. We're gonna die. We're gonna die. We're gonna die. What? I want to poke it with a needle. I did ask for freaky shit. I did. You did this. True. I did. I did. Oh no, B12. B12 is injured. Not the little guy robot. Just spamming the circle button. Holy moly. Poopy fart. Shit. Run! B12, get up! Okay, he's up. Ooh, that would be cool. I love the Scream games. I mean, Scream movies. I can't believe how bad the ending of Outlast 2 was. That game was so shit. Like, I was frozen. I was shocked. Hey! Oh, I thought this was Momo. We haven't seen one of you in ages. Are you a little outsider? He has his own village here. Oh, wow. How pretty! Do you know how much of this game you're gonna stream tonight? I thought about ending soon, but I don't know. Like, I don't know how long the game is. Like, I don't know how far we are. I did see that, but I'm not a big fan of, like, asymmetrical horror games. Oh, I'm a little past halfway. Okay, then I think we will stop. Oh yeah, it does say 50%. Oh. Oh, I am so sorry. I am so sorry. Sorry, gentlemen. Have a nice day. Ooh, this diva. I want a robot with giant titties. Where is she? I need a queenie. Oh. Yeah, I just want giant titty robot. Then I could be like, oh my god, she's so me. She's like just like me. I also have no idea where my bra went. The reason I'm wearing this outfit is because I literally don't know where my bra is, and this has padded like bra stuff in it. Like who stole my bra? Who was it? Who's panty sniffing? What the? Sita, thank you so much for the follow. Oh my goodness. Oh. Hey, don't want to interrupt the fellow trans sentinel meditation. Oh, it's you. Oh, this is his friend. Stayed in the slums. I heard you found Doc and Clementine. She's in Midtown. If you still want to see the outside, she's the only one that can get you there. Apparently, she had some kind of plan to leave the city. I wrote her address on the back of this picture. To reach Midtown, climb our village. It should be easy for you to get out. If you manage to get to the outside, you will be the very first. I wish you luck, but you don't need it. I believe in you. Oh, how nice. I'm sorry for shutting you down earlier. I'm human, but probably the last in the world. Now look what's left of me. So how much came back to me? How much could I have forgotten? Maybe if we find Clementine, she can restore my memories. Yeah, but like, how are you human if you're like, I don't believe you. Oh hey, another bar. I'm the Tin Chef. I suck. I specialize in upcycling. Oh, cute. Oh, the music here is poppin'. Literally, I feel like B12's lying. No, he wasn't. He's lying. Don't trust a hacker. Ooh, Diva with this sun hat. Bolts, thank you so much for the follow. Don't trust me. It auto saves. Never leave me up. Never leave me up. Whoa. What did she say she wanted? Could you snatch a yellow plant, a red plant, and a purple plant? Sure. We climbing and shit. We climbing and shitting. We pooping and shitting and farting. I forget the last time Monty had catnip, but you know he was blazed out of his mind. Fucking disgusting ass dude. You dropped a follow, buddy. So maybe assess that, MN Bolts. Oh, scary. Oh, you clicked on my stream. Oh, you followed me. Oh. Please, you're right. There's no litter box. WTF. Do we get to ride in this little car? No, it's not 10 minutes. Well, everybody's dead, B12. Not to be that girl, but literally everybody is dead. What do you mean, where is everyone? Everyone is dead. Oh, pretty colors. Memory. Oh, hey. So many books here. I don't like these little things. I'm good. Hey! What's going on? Is he getting arrested? Not the cop robots. A cab. Hey! Pick on someone your own size. I want to beat him up. This is gorgeous. Are you kidding? I would set this as my background on my computer. This is so pretty. Like they even got they got everything right in here. So pretty. Clothes store, sign me up. Yo, they got style up here. Okay, shit. Nice sandals. When I rob them. He's just like me. Admiring himself in the mirror. So true, king. No bra. No. Was that a wig? It's a mannequin. I thought it was a wig. I was like, y'all got wigs? For the robots. Have we even seen any femme presenting robots? Is this the first one? Grandma, yeah. I love that they have, like, style. Oh. Oh my god! Me and who? Hi, Seat Up Gaming. How you doing? Thank you so much. Game of the year right here. That is adorable. I love that they were like, yeah, it's whatever. Just lay on my lap. So cute. I love that the ponchos in this area are even like rainbow. Like, it's like everything looks more like, because clearly there's like a class thing happening. Like, this is the upper class. I gotta get rid of security cameras. I feel like there's a lot I have to do in this area. Like, same with downtown. I have to do it a lot up here. I don't even know where to start. This area is a lot larger. Can I try actually getting and playing it at this time? Let me get a good angle. Why did you miss? Yes! Oh. Hello, everyone. Me knocking everything over. I am so sorry. Ha! That's funny. This is literally my cat. This is literally me when I try to make breakfast. Monty would literally like make everything my issue. He's terrible. He's such a grumpy pants, but I love him so much. No, literally nobody gives a fuck about the cat. But like, yeah, he's doing that, whatever. I don't think there's anything in here. I love the look of this area. It's like literally so stunning. Like, it makes me really happy. And I love the style of the robots. The hoodie with no pants on. She's just like me. Hey, queen. I love that some of the robots have wigs. That's so iconic. That wasn't me. Oh. There's a secret. It's like a mix of Nier Automata and Animal Crossing in terms of the language. It's kind of cool. That's actually interesting too, that down low they don't have like this like system of the cops and stuff too. But up here there's like restrictions and like, yeah, that's crazy. I feel like the game's trying to tell something. Well, yeah, down they're like working together, but up here everybody's just like for themselves, really. And then like obviously the cops are terrible. Like nobody's shocked there, but like every street is cut off by the police. Is he okay? Girl, I think this robot's dead. You're literally talking to a dead robot. Ooh, I hope there is. If this is Midtown, I hope there's like an upper town, like... I like this one's style. Good morning. There's so much to look around. Like, we still haven't explored the entire area. The cone on that. That's funny. John, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Yeah, I feel like it's trying to tell something with the class stuff. I just want to see, like, I'll make that... It'll feel more complete when we get to the end of the game. But I sense it. So far, in this area, we need to cut off those cameras for those people to get the cassette tape. And then we need to get a battery for that shopkeeper. Those are the two... Oh, and then we need to get those flowers for that girl, but that's all the way down there. Can we even go back there? I feel like we can't. I feel like that'd be kind of ridiculous if we had to go all the way back. Shut up! I'm not gonna do another crazy whatever story. I can't do that again. I need to pee, so I'll be right back. Do you remember that one day? Do you remember that one day someone... Oh! My stream just fucked. Do you remember that one day during season 14 of Drag Race when somebody literally came into my chat and said, I don't want to spoil anything, but... And then they literally spoiled Bosco getting the gold chocolate bar? I think about that. That's what you think about when you piss, yeah. And how bad my pee smells, but you know. That's a story for Bev. Yeah, quite literally. I struck gold, aka my piss was gold. Oh my god, this is so cute. What? Him giving him a haircut? That's so funny. That's so cute. God, I honestly would pay to live here. I think this is so cozy too. Can I go up there? Imagine the rent. Probably like my rent when I lived in the city of New York. In the city of New York? In New York? Did you know I lived in New York? I was a New York queen. New York, New York, New York. This is as close up we're probably gonna get to the cat. So true. Not us spilling the paint like that. Why did we do that? That is so mean. In the middle of the projects, in the middle of the night. Okay, so I guess we can start by taking out these cameras. Get those cameras off me. Empty your pockets, please, ma'am. What? You're telling me I have to stealth? That scared me literally so bad. I literally thought the fart was coming from down the hallway, like something was about to run at me. So true, Anne. Hi, Andromeda. Andromeda. Thank you. Who's this? Thank you. I did more of like a... I used a lot of new makeup today because I changed my office. I moved my... That's why my back hurts so bad. I moved my office around. So I did more of like a precise contour. And then I did more of a pink eye. It was a lot more lighter. And then I did thicker brows and lighter. A lot of different stuff. I love that you always can tell when I do something different. You're always like, I see it. Who is that guy? I want to see more variety in the characters. I hope there is an uptown, because then like we can see like people like dripping in diamonds and gowns and sun hats and so stunning. And you should play this game, but like actually no, you probably shouldn't, because if the cat dies, you would probably cry. Hello, sir. What a concept. We literally have died multiple times in this playthrough already. Oh, look, a crevice. Oh, this is so pretty. Oh! Oh, it's Clementine. Hey. Since I left the Ant Village, the Sentinels are always watching, but you're here, you can help. Follow me. Oh, no, yeah, I mean, like, because the main enemies are, like... The main enemies are literally Half-Life, head crabs. They're, like, sucking zombies, like... Sucking little crab zombies. That's an obscure reference, but it's, like, they're literally, like, exactly the same. I've been working on a plan to use this old subway for a while now. I even have keys to start it. All we need is an atomic battery to power it. I know the Neko Corporation has one secured inside their factory. I have a contract to help us infiltrate them. I don't know his name. He's the robot with the bomber jacket and a gold chain. Someone small and swift should have no trouble seeking the facility. One last thing, don't hesitate to ask around for help. Interesting. Oh, sorry, did I take your seat? Jeez. I love this. Oh, Clementine's getting high up into this bitch. I literally thought that was a bong. I literally thought that was a hookah pen. Oh wait, can I sit here? Alright. Another plant gay. I would be a plant gay if I could grow plants. I would. It's true. What's this? Hey! Go up. Ooh. Oh, this is so cute. It's a little fort. It's a little bed fort. This game has been giving what it needed to give. Like, it's doing really well. Oh! Can I break this? Wow. Talk about lame. If I see a pot, I want to break it. And if Marshall sees pot, he wants to smoke it. How do we get rid of the cameras? You know what's gonna happen? When we get what we need for Clementine, there's gonna be cops, and we're gonna have to sneak by them. I already know it. What's going on over here? Not the D&D nerds. Fucking nerds! I'm hungry again. Like, I feel myself getting hungrier faster nowadays. I just don't understand it. Oh. Hey. I broke a camera. Let's do the next one. Giggles. Where's the other one? Is it higher? Literally. They were like, yeah, it's over. Oh, it's right there. Oh, perfect. Like this. No, go back up there. Then you go right there. Then do this. Hiya! And you go, hiya! I sabotaged him. I did it. Give me my prize. Thanks. Bye, losers. Wait, do you have the gold chain? No, you don't. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Watch out. Oh! Oh, shit. Oh! Oh! Oh, fuck! Why do we put the cassette tape? I fucking forget. It's been literally forever. Where's Bomberman with the jacket? Hello? Alright. Boo! Okay. I literally forgot where you put the cassette tape. I like remember for a second where there was a spot. Oh, it's the dressing room. With the guy looking at himself in the mirror with no pants on. Oh, hey. What am I supposed to take? No, wait, this is like good though, like I'm saying. Am I supposed to steal something? I could be like, oh my god, I love this song. We literally rob them? How do we rob them? Give me the money! I want clothes. Do I? Oh. I stole the jacket, Giggles. We also need a battery for this guy. Because man is literally dead. Wayne, thank you so much for the follow. What else did we... We need the battery. What do we have? Oh, we need to find the guy with the gold chain. The bomber jacket. Where is he? Well, this looks sus. The way I was like, yeah, I'm gonna end stream, and now I'm like, wait! Wait! Who up touching they Kirby? Who up touching they Kirby? Is that a gold chain? Hello. Did you see that? There was an arrow to the knee reference right there. Ha. Ha. Ha 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 ha. Took an arrow to the knee. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. No one moved. Except for the he-hims in the chat that go up when someone mentions Bethesda. They're like, oh my god, my dick hard! Oh! Sorry. I'm a Bethesda hate/her. I said them earlier, I don't need to repeat them. I don't know, you shit, twink. I meant to hit the vine boom. Is this the guy with the chain? Oh, it's not. Are you our person we need to find? No gold chain. What's this alleyway? I don't think anyone's down there. Your mom likes pizza. I have been looking for this person with the bomber jacket for way too long. Are they smoking a blunt? Oh, you better smoke that fatty, bestie. Damn. I found you. You don't have a gold chain. Actually, I think you are the person we're looking for. He was near the club. There's a club? There's a club? This game is so gender. Oh! He wasn't here earlier. Are you alright? Oh, bro slumped. This is Mia right now. Where's the club? Can someone point me in the direction of the club? Hey! That was rude. If you're not gonna let me in, then I'm gonna sneak in. Oh, the guy's sleeping at the bar. How do we wake him up? Oh, do we give him the energy drink? Do we still have that? No, we don't. Where's the club? I want to go to the club. I want to get freak nasty at the club. Oh, we have to drop the thing on his head. Oh, this is mean. This is mean. Oh, this is evil. Oh, this is... Oh, right. What happened? Oh my god, that's so crazy that that just dropped on your head. Oh my god, so crazy. Good morning. Watch this. Watch this. Watch me. Watch me. He's gonna come pick me up and bring me in the store. If any of you met me IRL, do you think you could lift me up and carry me? Which one of you thinks you could? I'm 5'11", 6'1". And I weigh like, I want to say like 180 pounds. Come on, pick me up, pick me up. Pick me up. Because I am. Stay mad, I guess. I'm just built different so I can be like 3 different heights at once. Look at my mind being so skinny that I just literally did that puzzle without even thinking. And what about it? Okay, time to rob another store. Is that a Master Chief helmet? Oh my god, it's a boat hat. I literally thought it was... Oh, I'm glad my uptime isn't working too. That's so slay. That's pretty epic, gamers. So what are we taking this time? Got it. Got him. Okay. Did that. Now we need to find the person with the gold chain, but I really can't find them. Where is the club? Can someone give me directions? Anyone? Is this it right here, but it's closed? Wow, guys. No, this game does need a map. I keep, like, always going around the same, like, areas. Oh, it might be down here, actually. Oh, so they're just sending me everywhere. What is that noise? What's over here? There's literally nothing. Okay, work. Alright. Nothing up here either. You have a battery. Wow. The way he said, I fucking hate you, ugly. Didn't say a word. Damn. Well, that's not where we need to go. Is this the guy with the This is literally him. No, it's not. Does he just not realize this guy is dead? Like, he's literally standing there dead. What's this? I found him! Hey, fucker. Oh, see? Battery. He said battery. They check every person who turns around and who's not a worker. Here's an idea. Go get me a worker jacket and a worker helmet. Mind turning around? Can I watch? Wait, why do I have to turn around? Do you have a RoboCock? Hi. So true. Me too. Love him sniffing it. I should just do poppers to clear the shit out of my nose. Wait, can I like just not? Am I supposed to just stand here? He's gonna see me come out. Hey guys. Oh, I really have to sneak around. Oh no! Ah, ah! Ah, 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 oh, ah, hee, ah. Not the stealth. I suck at stealth in video games. It's over for us. Excuse me. There's a person right there. I walk right past him, anyways. The music? Hi, Bobby. I love that you do different looks. Your eye makeup is inspiring my wedding look. Oh, awesome. That's very slay. I wanted to do like a nude, pinky kind of neutral look. So I usually do like brown neutral tones, like very bronzy, but I wanted to do something like kind of pink. What did that do? Thinking about when I was at GCX and literally someone came up to me at the club because it was like an after party. He was like, oh my god, like what do you do? And I was like, I'm a streamer. And I was with Marisol and like Blizz and a bunch of other streamers. And we were just introducing ourselves, and this random person that none of us knew was like, oh yeah, I used to stream or whatever. And I was so drunk that I went, oh yeah, of course you don't. And Marisol makes fun of me for saying that to this day. Me to some random person being nasty. Just, oh, of course you don't stream. It's okay. Like, so patronizing. But I didn't mean it. It was just me being silly and drunk. I thought I was being nice. Do you smoke weed? On occasion. Not when I'm on camera or anything. I usually don't like to. Last time I smoked weed, I got so high that I shaved cow prints in my leg hair. And I laid on the bathroom floor for 3 hours and... Oh! I laid on the bathroom floor for 3 hours and almost cried to evacuation guy because I thought I was going blind, but it was literally just my glasses getting blurry from the steam in the shower. So, I don't think smoking weed is for me, but slay. Stealth master right here. After that night, I have to agree. I literally, if you look at this leg, it still has like inconsistencies in the leg hair. It's like bad. What is weed? I'm unfamiliar. It's like, it's like a drink, and you put it up your butt. No, more like a smoothie. You gotta make sure it's like chunky too, so it goes right up your butt. I think if you only got a little high, you'd be fine, but once you get to that level, you're gone. Yeah. I mean, do you blame me? Are we starting a bomb? Like, what is happening right now? Only sometimes. A lot of people misgender me and I don't like it, so I don't often. Not the butt chugging. Wow. Haha, butt chug. Do people actually do that? Is that like a real thing? The robot guy dies at the end. Thank you so much. It'll be me at TwitchCon. I can't. Literally all of the characters are robots. Also, thank you for spoiling an 8-hour game. My world is over. You spoiled an 8-hour game. Oh my god. It's over. Ah! Give me a fucking break. I'm stuck on this puzzle. You want to make it so the thing gets on the other side, but oh! I have to get this thing. Oh my god. Come over here. Here we go. I don't have my phone. Where'd it go? Oh, Jesus. Do you think I could finish this tonight? Fuck it. Fuck it. You should believe. What is Jessica Wilde says something like that. I fucking forget what she says. She says, live, love, believe. So true, Jessica Wilde. Why hasn't Jessica Wilde been back on All Stars to compete? Riddle me that. Not... I don't think she is. You think? I mean, I look at the Reddit every day. Good night, thanks for hanging. I literally look at Reddit every day because I'm a psycho and I love to see the spoilers. Like, I could spend hours. I could literally spend hours. Like, I don't even care about, like, I just don't. Well, Candy Muse is definitely on it because she tweeted the ZZZ emoji and then she hasn't tweeted for like 2 weeks now. So, I'm safe to say that that is definitely a confirmed contestant. I saw that the gimmick of this season is like I'm not a well, she unfollowed me because she got on Drag Race and saw that I tweeted a lot after Drag Race and unfollowed me. So I said, "Oh, thanks." So true. But good for her. Oh, I'm not here. Don't look in the box. The gimmick's like early outs versus like fan favorites or some bullshit. I don't think Layla is, unfortunately. I love Layla, though. Because they're with Bob doing Bob's makeup. Oh, please don't look over here. Oh, thank God. I would say she is. She got a lot of hate, but I think the people that liked her outweighed the hate. Yeah, literally, Darian Lake is supposed to be on it too, and Darian has me blocked. I can't. She made a gender attack helicopter joke, and I said, girl. No sign of Clementine. Oh, what? This is a coded message. We have to play detective and figure out what happened to her. 4812 in the cat. Oh, B12, my bad. The answer lies in my stuff. There's 4 symbols. It's signed Clementine. Take a look. That's a lava lamp. Ugh. I'm with blank, blank, and blank. Oh, James is supposed to be on it. James Mansfield. I find it odd when people are like, oh yeah, spoilers. I'm like, do you just not notice that some queens go missing from social media? Like, how is that a spoiler? Like, they're literally offline. We're going to the nightclub! There's one more item. Where is it? Oh. Everybody was saying Jimbo might be on. All Stars 8. Right? Isn't that rumored? Hey Kitty Ghoul. Oh, I love that username. Is it in here? Yeah, totally. Where is this last item? Oh, I didn't know you could zoom in. So, what is that? Is that a teapot? What is the second one? Lava lamp, diffuser. Like, hello? The gem in the loft. What loft? What's a loft? Yeah, I think they're doing like Versus the World as like kind of like spin-off not so serious seasons. And then All Stars is like really where the game is played. Which I kind of don't mind. But like then like a winner of UK Versus the World is like, oh, you're kind of a joke. But I mean, Okay, there we go. I'm with Laser, come to nightclub. I mean, honestly, if they offered that to me, and I was from Canada's Drag Race, that the first season of Canada's Drag Race that probably wasn't as viewed as much as Canada's season 2 and 3, and then I was just on UK versus the World, didn't get any money, and RuPaul lived for me, I would take it like Jimbo did. I don't see why I wouldn't. Literally, if they were, I would literally be like GGB. If they ever wanted me to go, I would do anything they wanted. Like, literally, as long as they're paying. Or if I'm on, even if I'm on TV. Like, I would just be like, whatever, I don't care. Another season? Why not? I just don't see how people fault people for doing that. I'm like, how would you say no? So where's the nightclub? My nose, I'm sorry, I'm not like just picking my nose like a freak. It's literally so bad. When I apply makeup, I can't like touch my nose that much or I'll start sneezing like insane. Okay, but actually, where is the club now? Oh God, here we go, I'm sneezing. Not me getting raided while I'm sneezing. Megalo Cosplays! Thank you so much for the raid. How are you doing? Babe, I literally didn't realize that you had Twitter and then you were following me on Twitter, so the other day I followed you back on Twitter. That must have been so awkward, but I literally didn't realize that you had Twitter. And I was like, hey, bestie. How are you doing? Happy to see you. How was the stream? Oh my God, sorry, I'm sniffly. So, okay, have we decided where the club is? Wait, since they blocked this path, is it like down the path before? Of course it isn't. They have cops everywhere. Okay. Anybody coming on off the raid? I'm Nemesis. I do drag and cosplay here every week, 5 times a week. Doing lots of cosplays this week. We're doing Juliet from Lollipop Chainsaw. And we're gonna do some Marvel. Oh, we're gonna do some Marvel content this weekend. So if you like that, stick around. Not the bouncer. I sneak into the club. Do you know how to get in? Oh my God, literally, thank you so much. Yeah, we had to do that because we were doing front page and stuff, and they were like, if you don't do that, we're not putting you on front page because we know you're probably gonna get like a bunch of hate. And I was like, okay, I'll make that a setting. Thank you, Slay. Are you liking Stray so far? I love it. This new area, like all the like colors and stuff is so pretty. I love like the difference in color. What did you play over there on your channel? I didn't even know you streamed. You do everything. You're insanely talented. Oh my God, yay. This game is literally game of the year. Just saying. No, literally, I was like, I need to play this ASAP. Like, how could I just not? Because I kept seeing it on TikTok, and I was like, okay, well, I need to play before I get spoiled. But, like, I don't really care what happens. I'm just here for, like, the cute cat. How do we get into the club? Someone let me in. Who's gonna shove me in their pocket? All right. He said we gotta climb the back again. I love the... They are so me. Just vibes. Gender envy. Literally just vibing. Cool guy. Like being a silly little gay person, kicking their gay little feet. Like, a little gay. I love it here. This game is so queer coded, I don't care what anyone says. Hello. You wanna party with us? Oh, not jump in and get a drink. I'm literally a cat. Hello. Yes! In the club. Oh, I am so sorry. Did not mean to spill that. Hello? What's this? Hey! I didn't get to enjoy the club. We're going back up. The dirty dishes? Damn. Looks like Marshall didn't clock in today. Gay rights. Ooh, you better. Ooh, fuck it up. Yes. This outfit? That is so gender. Wait, I want that outfit. I want those pants. Yes. Slay. Hi, DJ. Do you know if this cat is 21 plus? I don't know, actually. Uh-oh. Not me turning off the dancer. Wow. Am I supposed to... Hello? Hey. Hey, guys. Use a lever base. Okay, we have to go downstairs, I would assume. Let's go. I want mozzarella sticks so bad right now. Like, I had them the other night and... Ooh! Mozzarella sticks are like my favorite food, I think. It's up there. It's up there. They can't be like the ones they microwave though. They have to be like handmade breaded and shit. There's nowhere I can order that has mozzarella sticks. It's over for me. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Just kidding, I have garlic bread. The way I'm gonna make an entire box of garlic bread for dinner, and that's it. I don't care. Okay, so... Gay? I just take a drink. So true. Hello. Enjoying yourself, little one? I sure am. I don't think it's good for you. Please. I mean, maybe not. Hello. If you get me a drink, I'll give you... Here. Slay! Excuse me. Making a fucking mess. Hello. Fix it. Hi. I did it. Puzzles are my forte. Oh! It didn't break. Okay. He play with the buttons. He's so silly. Well, I have to assign it so they're like all the same level. Interesting. Maybe that'll work. What? Is that Abe Lincoln? Get down! Wow. This didn't work. Oh, I hate these type of puzzles. I'm so bad at them. Oh, I did it. My mind. Hello, sir. Okay, thanks, asshole. Goodbye. Just breaking everything I can. What's up here? What the? Oh my god, they literally... Someone help Clementine! He set us up! Did I just get a game over? Let me out! Let me out! Let me out! Menstrual Psycho, thank you so much for the raid, party of 5. Let me out. I'm in gay baby jail. Let me out. Haha. Yellowtail, thank you so much for the follow. We might be ending very soon, but I appreciate the raid. I'm a little hungies, very hungies. Not a little, I am very hungies. And I want to play Roblox. Jail? It's literally jail. I like your heart, thank you. That's why I just ended. I am so hungry. Thank you so much for the raid. What did you do over there? I'll be sure to pay it forward for the raid. Thank you, babes. Oh my god, everybody's playing it. Yes! It's so fun. I don't know how close I am to the end, but we were like halfway done like 2 hours ago. So I'm like... Let me out. I don't want to like rush it. This game is like fun. But I don't want to like end stream before like close to the end. Did you finish it? Oh. I didn't know I could climb up here. I don't know why I couldn't. I don't know why. Oh my god, literally that's what I was doing! I don't know how I'm still streaming though. I'm kind of insane. Alright. We need to push this. And then push it again. Oh, that's as far as it goes? Yoinks! Zoinks! What? Are you kidding? Oh, we just do this. Silly me. Silly gay me. I'm so silly and gay.
Jinkies!
What was that? I don't want to know what that is. Enjoy your food. Thank you for the raid. That is terrible. I am scared.
Jeepers!
You turn off your light. I am gonna end because I'm getting pretty weak. Because I haven't eaten like a full meal today. LOL. Yeah. Because I know we just got 2 raids, which I feel bad, but I'm just like really fucking hungry. It's been a day, so. Oh, Deer's playing Stray. Alrighty. I will be live again. I am Chris TV13. Thank you so much for the 5 months of subscriptions. We're gonna raid another streamer, Chalora, playing Stray. I lost my train of thought. What are we doing? I'm gonna take tomorrow off to catch up on some things. I'm really behind on some work. I need to send some emails and stuff. VOD will be uploaded tomorrow to YouTube, and TikToks are being posted, as well as we're having a charity stream on Friday, and then we are front page on Saturday. So this weekend is pretty booked, pretty busy, and we are sponsored on Saturday as well. So please come out for that, because I would really appreciate it. So I will see you then. We're gonna have a fun weekend. We're gonna drink. We're gonna have a good time. Starting on Friday. If you donate to the charity for trans people on Friday, you will get entered for a giveaway, and it's a good prize, so make sure you're there. In the meantime, I'm gonna sign off. I'll see you later. See you on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Love you all. Goodbye.